Good morning, everyone. Oh, I have an echo because I'm not. Nope, I'm good. Good morning, everyone. I will still have. I love hearing myself twice, but let's try that again. Oh, there you go. That works. Well, with that, I will officially call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee public hearing for Tuesday, April 18th, 2023 to order. We have 4 nominees on the agenda today, and I will note that there are a lot of different committee meetings going on today, so you might see some legislators coming in and out of our committee meeting, but with JF deadlines looming, we have a lot of activity here in the room. So so I apologize for that on their behalf if they do come in while you're giving testimony. So with that, our first item on the agenda is a House Joint Resolution for review. It is the nomination of Glenn Dowd of Granby to be an alternate member of the Judicial Review Council. Is Mr. Dowd here? Please join us. And if you can do me a favor and raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, the floor is yours for any opening comments that you might have. And if you could do me a favor and just push that little red button, should be right in front of you, right in next to the microphone. Nope, right in the one right in front of you. Oh, I'm sorry, that
Okay,
button, it turns the microphone red. That's what I meant.
Well, good morning, Co-Chair Concepcion, Ranking Member Yacarino, and other distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nomination Committee. My name is Glenn Dowd. I have been nominated to be a alternate member of the Judicial Review Council. I'm a resident of Granby, a lifetime resident of the state of Connecticut. I spent my first 18 years of my life in Trumbull in Fairfield County, where my father was a state representative and state senator for many years. Moved to the Hartford area after that and have lived in Avon and Granby and Farmington since that time. I'm a graduate cum laude with an accounting degree from Central Connecticut State University and a graduate with high honors from UConn Law School in 1989. For the last 34 years, I've practiced law at Day Pitney, which was formerly known as Dayberry and Howard, with the largest law firm in the state and one of the largest, frankly, of the world. I have practiced litigation over the entire time I have been there. Been a very active trial lawyer. I've tried, I think, close to 20 jury trials to verdict over my career, handled dozens and dozens of contested hearings and obviously hundreds of different matters in front of courts, probate courts, superior courts, federal courts, everything in between, arbitrations and such. I am a trial referee in the state of Connecticut and a special master in the federal district court for the District of Connecticut. I think my experience has shown me the importance of having judges who meet the very highest ethical standards possible, while at the same time acknowledging that they're people in very difficult situations, called upon to make very difficult decisions that are inevitably going to make one side or the other less than delighted. And I think there is a balance that needs to be exercised and discretion that needs to be exercised in this committee that recognizes those dynamics. I also think it's critical that judges are held to high standards because there's great confidence placed in them. If you confirm my nomination, I can confirm to you and pledge to you, I'll do my best. I will work hard. I will put the time in. I will attend the meetings. And I will do everything I can to justify the confidence that you and the governor have placed in me in making this nomination. And I'm delighted to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your nomination. Your experience, as you mentioned, is impressive and something that I think is much needed on the committee. Just a couple questions on my end. Is this a new appointment for you?
It is a new appointment. Yes.
Have you attended any of the meetings already?
I've attended one meeting so far. Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's hard to kind of disseminate whether it's what you expected or not, just from attending one meeting. But can you just take us through that meeting, how
Sure.
it works?
So there are several judges who are on the council, several members of the community, and several members of the bar who are there. There is a counsel for the committee who goes through and does a preliminary review of the complaints that come in from the public. There are typically anywhere between 6 to 12 complaints that come in of different types. An unusual situation, which we're also called upon to opine on, are disability applications from judges or workers' compensation commissioners and such. But we receive materials in advance of the meeting through the month. We meet once a month, either in person or through Zoom or comparable kind of video conferencing. There is a brief presentation on each of the issues that we receive from council to the commission. There is discussion, which is usually robust and informed. The people who are there, I'm pleased to say, do their homework and take their responsibilities quite seriously in my limited experience. And then there's a discussion and vote on whether a matter should be rejected, which is the case, frankly, in the vast majority of matters, or retained for further review, or whether we need to consider having testimony or further proceedings with respect to it. So that's a nutshell of it.
I appreciate that. Prior to being a state representative, and particularly being on this committee, I didn't know that the Judicial Review Council existed. Do you think enough people, just from the general public, understand what the council does and the opportunities that they might have if a situation might arise in front of a judicial a judge?
I'm not, from having practiced law for 34 years, I'm not sure that many of the litigants really understand the avenues that are available to them to make complaints against judges and commissioners, and frankly, against attorneys either. There is a group of people who are kind of drawn to this activity, which unfortunately make up a significant chunk of the docket, who file complaints whenever they're disappointed in a ruling without regard to whether they have a valid basis for doing that or not. But I am not completely sure that the public who enter into the litigation process have a great understanding that this avenue is available to them.
Yeah, and I obviously agree with you on that. Just one other thing. I know during your part of your written testimony, you mentioned that you are a trial referee for the Superior Court and a special master by the Connecticut Federal District Court. You don't see either of those as a conflict with this appointment, do you?
I don't. I am typically called in the federal court system to do mediations on different matters at the request of different federal judges that are here in our Connecticut district. I do have the authority to be able to do arbitrations, which are both sides agree that they would like me to make a final binding decision in a case that they have. I don't think that puts me in a conflict situation. I actually think it's rather helpful to understand some of the pressures and competing interests and issues that come up when you're in a position like that we're ultimately kind of passing judgment on.
Well, appreciate that. I might have another question or two afterwards, but I'll open it up to my committee members to ask any questions, starting with Ranking Member Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's good to see Mr. Dowd. And Chairman asked really a couple of questions I wanted to ask, but I might have missed it. Are you still practicing law?
Yes.
And
Yes,
obviously it's not a conflict between the referee and also the reviewing the judicial review.
there is certainly a potential for a conflict. So if I have a beef with a judge that appeared for or have a pending case with one, but we have kind of recusal procedures that are intended to handle that. And the rules of the commission specifically require practicing attorneys to appear. So I think that's almost kind of baked into the cake in terms of the composition of the council.
Could you see recusing yourself if possible, or?
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I figured.
Yeah. So if I have, there's several judges that I know, including one, former partners at my firm or people I see socially, and I would obviously recuse myself in those situations. Also, if I have a pending matter between any judge for whom one of these complaints comes up, I would recuse myself. And that's one of the reasons I'm an alternate, but it's pretty common for an alternate to get involved in the decision-making process because there is such a significant potential for recusal.
Thank you. And then when you review the cases, is it behind closed doors? And then is there sort of like a semi-trial or just, I don't know the process, to be honest here.
So the initial stage is we review to see whether further investigation is required. In some cases, we might ask a judge to comment on it if there's some lack of clarity in it, or if, we can get transcripts of the record and see what happens, sometimes recordings of that. If we determine that the complaint facially lacks merit, we would dismiss it. If we determine that it's worthy of further investigation, we would do that investigation. And if we determine that it should be referred to a superior court judge for further proceedings or whatnot, that procedure or that hearing would be open to the public at that point. But before then, it's a closed door.
I appreciate that. And then how many members are on the council?
Oh, boy, I think it's 10. I'd have to go
Even
look and
number.
tell you. I think it might be more. I think there are 6 public at large. I believe there are 3 from the judiciary and 2 who are attorneys. But again, they're alternates because of recusal situations that come up frequently.
Any non-attorneys?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
that's good.
I think 3 or 4 members of the general public. I could look and tell you
you're right.
generally. Yeah,
Because they've come in front of us, I believe.
yes.
I
yes.
think that's all I have. I appreciate your willingness to serve. And we had mentioned a couple weeks ago in session how the chairman mentioned, I agree, there's so many men and women that step up and serve that are not paid. And we really appreciate that. And I wish you the best. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Dr.
Good morning.
Thanks for being before us this morning. I do have a few quick questions. The first one would be, besides your experience within your 35-year or more of experience that you just mentioned, what else are you bringing into this council? That will be question 1.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood. What else am I doing?
35 years of experience as a lawyer. What else are you bringing into this council that is going to benefit the rest of the members and the council by itself?
I would say I'm an active citizen. I participate in the political process regularly. I am a father of 3 children. I also raised 3 nieces and a nephew and 2 foster children. So I have a lot of experiences from that realm that I think I bring with me in terms of life experience. I've been a husband for 37 years to the same person, which is another experience I bring to it. I have been active in serving in different charitable organizations and civic organizations, including the YMCA, the Hillstead Museum in Farmington and others over the years. So I think I have some breadth of experience, but I'd have to say my principal qualification and experience, I think, is the long career I've had appearing in contested matters in the state and federal courts.
Thank you. Now I need to understand, you are going to be nominated potentially as an alternate. So what happens? What is the role of an alternate? Will you be voting if you are seated into a meeting? Let's say they are short of enough members.
So the general requirement is that there be 2 attorney members who pass on any resolution or any matter that comes before the council. If there are people who are unable to attend a meeting or who are recusing themselves, as I spoke with Representative Yacarino, because they have either a personal relationship with one of the complaint recipients or are appearing before them in a current matter, then the alternates step in and handle those. So for example, at our last meeting, I was required as an alternate to step in and vote on a matter.
I must tell you, Mr. Dow, I do have a concern when it comes to recusing. I hear the word recuse many times coming from you. I mean, how many times? I mean, and I know you will be, you are a new member, but again, I have to express my concern when I hear the recuse. How many times are you going to recuse? My concern is that is there going to be more than once a potential conflict of interest? And then is this beneficial to this council if we have people, you know, we have members that continuously recuse themselves because of the potential conflicts of interest?
Understood. And I guess it's going to be a balancing act. It's the same thing for judges when they find a need to recuse themselves based on relationships that they have or potential interests they have in a potential matter. But if we want to have practicing attorneys be part of the process of deciding on these claims, and we want to have members of the judiciary able to participate in this committee, I think we have to recognize the potential for recusals is going to happen, and we have to, hopefully through this process and others, make sure that those of us who are on these exercise that responsibility appropriately and judiciously. So while I share your concern, I'm not sure that you would be able to have people who are knowledgeable and able to pass, I think, reasonable and experience-based opinions on these without having that recusal process in place.
I understand what you're saying. Thank you so much for your honest answer. But I felt obligated to ask.
Oh, of course.
Because we're being recorded. With that said, can you please walk me through what are the responsibilities of the judicial?
So there is a Connecticut statute 5151I, I believe it is, that states the responsibilities and codes of conduct for judges. There's also rules of judicial conduct that govern the conduct of judges and how they're to discharge their responsibilities. When a complaint comes in, we look at what the substance of the complaint is. We look at the preliminary report from the counsel to the lawyer to the counsel who is in a permanent position. And we assess whether there is probable cause or reason for further investigation of the complaint, or whether the complaint is so utterly lacking in merit that we don't feel it warrants further consideration. So that would be one of the first responsibilities of a member of the council. After that, if there is further investigation, further inquiry warranted by a complaint that comes up, our responsibility would be to participate fully in that process, to review the evidence and information that comes in carefully, potentially to solicit and review submissions by the judicial official, the judge or commissioner or family support magistrate whose conduct's been called into question. And then ultimately decide, we have the ability to issue censures, unpublished censures and public censures of judges, and then also to refer matters to the Superior or Supreme Court of Connecticut for either more formal censure or for possible removal of one of the judicial officials over whom we have responsibility. So we are not the body that passes ultimate decision-making on that decision that goes through the court system. But we are, I think, an important part of looking at the complaints the public has and determining whether they are appropriate for further investigation and then making recommendations. In addition to that, there are instances where either judges, family support magistrates, or workers' compensation commissioners become disabled or unable to discharge their responsibilities through some physical or mental disability or other reason. We are called upon to investigate those situations and either pass them along for further determination through the court system, or frequently pass on whether they are eligible for benefits under the Connecticut applicable Connecticut disability statutes. So that is a kind of nutshell view, I think, of the responsibilities that we have as a council.
Thank you. And one last thing, let me go back to the recusing word.
Mhm.
I have faith that after listening to you and by knowledge and by principles, you know, I am sure you will be recusing yourself if needed. Thank you for your honesty.
I can commit to you, I will do that. Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Attorney Dowd, congratulations on your nomination. Touching on what you just discussed with Representative Sanchez. Obviously, we had a very high-profile judicial dismissal last year, and there were a variety of factors at play going on in that particular case. If you think it's appropriate to comment, could something have been done differently? Could it have been handled differently, or at least in a more timely fashion than it was?
One thing I've kind of picked up as a lawyer over 34 years is that I really don't like to jump out with opinions on things I haven't had a chance to fully look into and vet. I followed that situation, I think, as most of us did, through the media, but having been at times had opportunities to speak to the media and been quoted by the media, as I'm sure everyone in this chamber can attest to, you don't always get a true unfiltered view of what's happened. It seemed to me that perhaps a little more promptness in dealing with the situation would have been appropriate from what I saw, but it's hard for me to really pass any kind of definitive opinion on it. Representative Quinn, I hope you understand, because I wasn't involved in it. Yeah.
Completely. I guess then the question off of that was, seeing how that all played out, does the Judicial Review Council think that they ought to take a more active role when something like that happens, or should they wait for the referral to come in? Certainly, there seemed to be widespread knowledge of what had occurred.
Yeah. So I am, as you probably saw in my materials, I deal a lot with employment law. And one of the things that I found in employment law is that not dealing with situations promptly, they don't get better, they tend to get worse. So I am a advocate for where it's warranted to move more expeditiously than kind of waiting and hoping a situation will resolve itself. So I think if you're looking for a general inclination in terms of how I might respond as a member of this council, I would be somebody who would, I think, be advocating for probably more prompt intervention by the council.
Okay, and I appreciate that. You know, and also understanding that the majority of the complaints that are filed are by litigants who are unhappy with the result and not necessarily anything that was done. What standards of review would you use for a complaint that was filed by a litigant against a judge in determining whether it really is something that the judge did inappropriately, as opposed to just someone upset about the wrong decision?
So if we were looking and making decisions about a member of the general public, I think that we would probably tend to be a little more lenient in terms of how we view things. We're dealing with people who are vested with enormous authority and power to have impact on people's lives. Their behavior during trials, hearings, proceedings can have a very notable and marked effect on how juries and finders of fact evaluate situations. I think it is a high standard that has to be applied in terms of judging the conduct of our judicial officials, a very high standard. At the same time, we have people who are human beings, and we can't kind of overcook it if we want to have good people willing to serve in these positions and not feel as though they're going to be called to account for every minor transgression that they might have. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, but it is a high standard of conduct. And if you review the judicial canons of conduct, they call for a very high standard of conduct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you very much. And thank you for giving me a good hearing this morning.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Let me just check Zoom. All right, with no other questions, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
I do not.
All right, Mr. Dowd, thank you so much for spending some time with us this morning. Congratulations again on your nomination.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, moving right along. Second item on today's agenda, the public hearing agenda, is a House resolution for review. It's the nomination, and I apologize if I mispronounce your first name. Agni S. Goldsby of Simsbury to be a member of the Freedom Information Commission. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
How do you pronounce your first name?
It's pronounced Anye.
Anye.
Yes, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And if you can do me a favor and just raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, the floor is yours for any opening comments you might have.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Concepcion, Ranking Member Yacarino, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Anye Goldsby, and I'm humbled and honored to accept Governor Lamont's nomination for the role of Commissioner for the Freedom of Information Commission. I would first like to thank Governor Lamont for this nomination and all the distinguished members of the committee for their time. Upon receiving the news of my nomination, I was overcome with joy. I was excited by the opportunity to represent the state of Connecticut in such a critical capacity, but it also reminded me of how far that I have come. Born in Philadelphia during a time when drugs and violence were rampant, tragically, I lost my father due to these circumstances just 6 months later. But despite this difficult start in life, I was fortunate to have a brave and determined mother who focused and refused to let her circumstances dictate her destiny. Thanks to her love and support, I was able to grow up in nearby Reading, Pennsylvania, with all of the resources that I needed to become everything I was meant to be. After graduating from high school, I attended Bryn Mawr College, and after graduation, worked at a large New York City law firm as a paralegal before attending the University of Connecticut for law school. Even if I didn't know it at the time, God was with me every step of the way, setting me up to make an impact on the world around me. When I was admitted to practice law in 2016, it was immediately apparent to me that I was often the only one, the only Black lawyer in my law firm, the only Black woman in the courtroom. So in 2018, I started my business, Black Esquire, as a way to make an impact by increasing diversity in the legal profession and raising the 5% of Black lawyers in the US. Over the years, I continued to make an impact and have served the state of Connecticut and my community in many ways, including serving as president of the George W. Crawford Black Bar Association and was its representative on the jury selection task force created by Chief Justice Robinson. As an attorney, I believe my work experiences has also equipped me for this role, and I believe I would be a valuable asset to the commission. Currently, I work at Letizia Ambrose and Falls in New Haven, and the significant portion of my legal career has been devoted to litigation. This includes handling over 300 depositions and conducting 4 jury trials to verdict. My experience in litigation has enabled me to communicate effectively with people from all walks of life, analyze voluminous amounts of information expeditiously, and apply legal principles to real-life circumstances. While my experience is not directly focused on the Freedom of Information Act, I have gained exposure to the Freedom of Information law here in Connecticut and have represented several clients who meet the definition of a public agency, including school boards and municipalities. To me, impact means leaving something better than you found it. And I believe my personal and professional experiences have provided me with the skill sets and the temperament needed to be successful as a commissioner for the Freedom of Information Commission. As the state body accountable for enforcing Connecticut's Freedom of Information Act, the commission makes an impact by ensuring that citizens have access to records and meetings of public agencies. My commitment to justice and equality for all people, coupled with my experience, will enable me to approach this role with a unique perspective and a deep appreciation for the importance of open and access to government. Thank you again for this incredible opportunity. I look forward to making an impact as a member of the commission and serving the people of Connecticut with distinction. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya, and thanks for being here, and congratulations on your nomination, and more importantly, your willingness to serve. I think, as Representative Yacarino mentioned earlier, I think we're pretty lucky in this state to get the talent that we have here and their willingness to serve on these important commissions. So thank you for that. Just a couple questions on my end. Again, this is a new appointment.
Yes, new appointment.
Have you attended any meetings yet?
Not officially, but I have listened to them since they're available to the public.
Oh, that's right. They are. Yeah, that makes sense. What do you see as the most important role for the commission over you can both short term and long term?
So I would say short term, I think it's important to just make sure that they educate the public about its existence. I don't know how many people really even know the Freedom of Information Commission exists here in Connecticut, nor do they really understand what it means to have open access to their government. So I think that that's the first thing. But as a commissioner specifically, I think it is very important to keep your mind open and listen to what the circumstances are. Obviously, the goal of a commissioner is to be impartial. So obviously, they're going to have to listen to testimony. They're going to have to read reports. So there's a lot of information that's going to come after them. But if you take a look at the majority of the people that are bringing these complaints, they're usually public citizens. They don't have a lot of special education and background experiences. And so I think more important, it's really good to listen to everybody and take their background experience into consideration before you make your decision.
That's a great answer to that. And I love your, at least the short term, when you're talking about the education piece, because I think you're absolutely right. I don't think enough people understand, one, that it's there, and then two, the process to ensure transparency here in our government. So with that, have you ever gone through the process of FOIing anything?
I have not. As I mentioned in my testimony, I have represented public agencies that had obviously been asked to produce information through the Freedom of Information Act, but I haven't personally done it myself. I haven't had a personal need to, but I do think it's a great opportunity that we have something like this, because if you take a step back and think, what would our government look like and what would our world be like if we didn't actually have transparent and open government? There would be a lot of secrets and a lot of things that would be done behind closed doors. And I think more and more it's important that we are showcasing that we are here for the citizens of Connecticut.
And then this perked my interest in your written testimony and your oral testimony when you mentioned analyzing voluminous amounts of information expeditiously. I think that's perfect for this commission, because what I hear, while the commission runs absolutely great, I think the volume of what the commission gets and how do we get that information out as quickly as possible, I think is one of the issues that I hear most from our residents. So trying to get that information out, citizens makes a complaint, that they get that information as quickly as possible in their hands. But I think you're perfectly situated for this role. And again, I just thank you for your willingness to serve. With that, I'll open it up to the rest of the committee. I believe Senator Duff is online, so I will turn it over to my coach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our nominee, and apologies for not being there in person. I'm on my way up to Hartford now. I want to thank you for taking on this responsibility. There are just two things real quick. One is there is an issue in some of our municipalities across the state that has been investigated by Hearst Media, I believe, that some of these requests are taking too long or being ignored, and just wanted to get your sense on that. And then I'll follow up with my second question if you have any thoughts on that.
Sure. I mean, I think, as I mentioned, it is important that we have this law available, but it's also equally important that when people are making requests, that these are legitimate requests and not requests to overburden or delay the process of our government. We all have things to do when we're busy, but it's important that we actually are making timely responses to it. So obviously, the point of the commission is to investigate whether or not there has been a violation of the Freedom of Information Act, and the municipalities or whoever the public agency is to respond within 30 days. So I think all of that is important and should be done expeditiously.
Right, thank you. And I think that on legitimate, to your point, on legitimate requests, those do need to be honored. We, do have an issue, I know, in many of our municipalities as well, of vexatious requests that come in that really just take a lot of resources and tie the hands of employees who might be able to do other tasks or answer more legitimate FOI requests. as well. And so I think there's a balance there, but we've got to make sure that folks are abiding by the law to get information out, not ignoring and not waiting, making people wait 2-3 years if it is a legitimate request. I appreciate that. I'll just say to my good co-chair, actually did bring a request to FOI years ago on a state agency and won. You know, it was a decent experience. Sometimes you never know how it's going to go, but I thought the FOI commission set it up in a friendly way and tried to work things out, and ultimately they had to make a decision. But I thought the process itself was a fairly good one. So those are my comments. So, but thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino, followed by Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Anya.
Anya, yes.
Thank you for stepping up and serving. I think you'll do great. I wouldn't even know where to begin if I had to FOI somebody. And so will your board assist if somebody needs help? If I wanted to FOI somebody, I really wouldn't know where to go unless I called a lawyer or somebody, maybe my daughter or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, as the role of the commissioner, I wouldn't necessarily be assisting people with making complaints, but just somebody that's representative of the commission, if I am confirmed, I would be happy to share and educate them about the process, because I do think that that's important. And for anyone watching, if you don't know the process, you can certainly visit the website, but you can make a verbal request or you can do a request in writing, so long as you are making a request for a document or a meeting, something that's already in existence within the public agency, and it's within the course of their business.
Thank you. I would think there's probably a backlog right now because it seems like, I think to Senator Duff's point, there's so many Board of Eds are being FOI'd or other local or state government agencies being FOI'd, and there's got to be a huge backlog. And would your commission ever use law students to as their interns to help, with the paperwork?
Yeah, that I don't have the answer to, but perhaps that is something that could be done in the future. One thing that I do know as a commissioner, I would be hearing the decisions after it's already gone through the initial hearing process. But my understanding is I could also, as a commissioner, act as a hearing officer. So once the complaint is actually made and it's scheduled for a hearing, I could be the one that would listen to the case and draft a specific decision that would go before the commission before it's voted on.
And do people ever meet face to face to mediate, or just it's a blind complaint? There's got to obviously there's got to be proof. I mean, you have to. That's what your agency is going to determine, correct?
Right. So there are oftentimes where cases are uncontested, or if they come up on the hearing, on the docket for a hearing, they may actually just agree ahead of time or just withdraw it. So that happens oftentimes. You see that once the meetings come up. So I don't know how often that does happen, but I'm sure if there are communication with people beforehand where you can resolve it, I think that that's a good idea.
I think you have this is a really important agency. I didn't really, something I don't think about often, but you hear more and more about it. And I think freedom of information is very important for strong democracy. So I really appreciate you stepping up, and I think you do great. And you're just starting now, right? You're just new.
Just starting, yes.
And is it a 4-year term or 2-year term, or?
I believe my term would end in June of 2026.
Well, hopefully you'll continue. But thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Godfrey, followed by Representative Figueroa and Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Congratulations, Attorney Goldsby. I've long been a big supporter and proponent of the freedom of information laws in this state, even long before I became an elected official. And and I think it's probably the most important watchdog agency that we have, because as you know, it's the people of the state of Connecticut who are in charge of their government. We're only their elected representatives. And similarly, they should have access to the information about what their governments are doing. So I'm excited by your advocacy on behalf of transparency in state government. In addition to the work that the commission has done, of course, they're tracking And part of the legislative process, there are several bills that are pending. Some of them are very good. One of my colleagues alluded a little earlier to the lack of the ability to punish transgressors. We're working on that. There's other problematic ones, just so you know. All government seems to like the idea of hiding stuff. Don't touch my stuff. It's kind of a bureaucratic response. So we constantly have to be vigilant and careful in how we deal with the statutes that control the Freedom of Information Act. It's one of the more important things I think that we do. You've got a great staff over there, Colleen and the people who work in the for the Freedom of Information Commission are really on top of the process. They're really on top of the statutes. I'm sure they'll give you a very good opportunity to train and learn about the details of the work. And I'm excited about your attitude. It's a very positive one. It's a very open government transparency favored one, which is, I think, critical to the job. As you observed, your main responsibility will be through the hearing process, both individually to deal with some of early discussions and complaints, and then collectively with the rest of the commission dealing with particular complaints that go that far. And so my question is as an attorney, have you had much experience? It's almost like being an administrative judge when you're on the commission. So could you just kind of talk a little bit about your experience in dealing with these public hearing kinds of situations and applying statutes to them?
Sure. So one thing that takes me back to was my time working for the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunity when I was in law school. Part of my work, even as a legal intern, was to read the complaints as they came in, do what we call a fact finding, which is similar to a deposition. You find out the information, talk to both sides, and then I would be able to draft some sort of an opinion based off of the information that I had to say whether or not I felt it was discrimination and whether it should move forward in the process. So that's something that I'm used to doing. But I think overall, my experience in litigation, all of it is investigation and applying the facts to the law. So regardless of what side I'm on, whether I'm representing a plaintiff or a defendant or a respondent or a petitioner, the point is to take a look at the information and figure out sort of where the gaps are, how I can make a position on behalf of my client and do the best job that I can. But if you can't look at the facts and the information and be impartial before you advocate on behalf of a particular position, then I think you're doing yourself a disservice. So while I haven't had a lot of that specific experience, I believe my background will definitely serve well.
Thank you for that answer. That comforts me greatly. I will be supporting your nomination. And I'm also a graduate of UConn Law School, so I'm always happy to see a fellow alumnus move forward and becoming more involved in government, especially in this particularly critical role. So best wishes for a successful tenure on the FOIC, and thank you very much for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome this committee. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
This morning. I do have a few questions, but I want to start by saying that I absolutely agree with you. Many people don't know anything about this commission. And I don't know how we could educate people to know where to go, where somebody is falling. As a member of the minorities, you can only understand how painful, frustrating, scary it could be when you're FOIA and you have zero clue as to what's next. And if you were to FOIA somebody, we don't even know where to start from when our rights are being violated. So I don't know what we can do to educate our communities, more specifically perhaps, even those who do not speak the language. So it is even more perhaps scarier, when we have zero clue as to what's happening, where do we go? Not only we don't understand, the process, but the language by itself. So with that said, I don't know if you as a member of this commission, if there is anything that we can offer or we could revise, are these services or is there information provided online, in different language? I don't know. I have never been there, to look as to whether the
Yeah.
services are there. So what do you think we could do, first of all,
So
to
I,
make people aware of?
thank you so much for the question, and I think it's a good one. I don't know all of the resources that are available, so I would have to do some research on that. But in response to what you said, I think one thing that we can do just as a state overall is to be more accessible to different types of people. So as you mentioned, if somebody doesn't even speak the language, how are they going to even know how to address the issue when something arises if they can't read it? So providing translated documents, transcribing meetings and translating them. I think when you have somebody who maybe has a disability, meetings such as this is being streamed live on YouTube. But if somebody wants to read it later, are there closed caption options provided so that somebody would be able to see it if they weren't actually able to hear the meeting? So there are things like that that I think we can do overall. And when you're talking about open access and transparent government, I think we can't ignore that that's something that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. I really appreciate your answer. With that said, are you aware as to what happens if a FOIA request is ignored?
So I know if it's ignored, obviously, as I mentioned, they have 30 days to respond. So the person can file an actual complaint to go before the commission. I also know that there are possibilities for the commission to issue fines in response to an actor, let's say, who is not in response or in violation of the Freedom of Information Act. So those are just a couple things.
And my last question, Anya, will be what can we FOIA? What can be FOIA?
So really, it's anything that would be a public record or a meeting that's done by a public agency. So I give the example of a municipality, something in town hall. It has to be a document, though, that exists. So for example, if you wanted to get, let's say, all of the emails or contact information of somebody related to a particular issue that was never written down, they don't actually have to respond to that because it's not something that already exists. So when you think of a public record or a public document, it needs to be something that's used in the regular course of the agency's business, and it needs to be something that they can physically provide, either a recording or something that's written down. So that's the short answer to that question.
Can a meeting be FOIA?
The meeting minutes can be FOIA'd. I'm not 100% sure about the specific laws related to the recordings of the meeting, but access to the meetings need to be recorded as well.
And what happens to my phone? Can that be FOIA too?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
My phone.
Your phone? I don't believe that you have the ability to bring your phone. That's obviously personal information. I'm still learning more about the specifics of the law, so I'll certainly look more into that once I get into my training. But my understanding is your personal phone would not be something that someone can get access to unless it's related to the course of business.
Okay, I will ask you to look into that. Thank you. I yield the floor. And congratulations. I'm sorry for your nomination.
Thank you.
I am sure you will be a good asset to this commission.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Attorney Goldsby, congratulations on your nomination. I'm surprised our paths have never crossed with some of the firms that you've worked at because I've dealt with all of them. But in any event, before I joined the legislature, I served as Meriden's Corporation Counsel for about 13 years. And we were having significant problems with litigants using the Freedom of Information process as discovery. We had one former city employee who had a number of claims against the city. And the things that he was asking for was hundreds, if not thousands of pages of documents. And at least in Meriden, the legal department is full-time. So it's city staff that would be going through them. But every single piece of information has to be gone through by an attorney in the office to redact out anything that they shouldn't be revealing. And I can imagine for smaller towns where they don't have a full-time legal staff, having to farm that responsibility out to someone else could become a financial issue. How do we balance the public's right to know with the city's ability to provide that information?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I don't have a clear answer to it, but it is something that we should be thinking about because, as you mentioned, and I have done some work in the past actually for the city of Meriden throughout my legal practice, so I'm familiar with some of the stuff you're talking about. I think one thing to consider is maybe are there grants, things that can be given to the municipalities to assist them in processing some of these FOIA requests. Obviously, I don't have a magic answer, but it seems to come down to time and resources. So if somebody is spending time, legal counsel time to review information and redacting things for a freedom of information request, they can't charge for that because that's just not the way it's set up. But perhaps there are things that can be done to set up additional resources so that can be done more efficiently and effectively.
Yeah. And I guess the overreaching issue is how do we deal with people who are abusing the freedom of information system by just making requests for things that really don't have any relevance to them, but because it's public documents, they absolutely have a right to see it.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one, but it is something that should be considered. It's hard to know when somebody is submitting a quote, I guess, legitimate request, but maybe there's something that can be done to keep an eye on people or organizations that might be requesting information for the purposes of delaying government, because I think that would be really what the main issue is. You're submitting the request for a particular purpose or reason. If you're submitting it just to delay government, then that shouldn't be allowed.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your nomination and good luck on the commission.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from committee members? Let me check the Zoom world. All right, seeing none. Before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No,
Wonderful. Congratulations again. Look forward to supporting you on the House floor.
thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is a Senate joint resolution. It's the nomination of Dr. Diane Claire Kearney of Manchester to be a member of the State Education Resource Center. Good morning. If you can do me a favor and raise your right hand, do you promise, swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening comments you might have.
Well, good morning. My name is Dr. Diane Claire Kearney, and I'm honored to accept Governor Lamont's nomination for the role of Board of Director to the State Education Resource Center. And I would like to also thank Governor Lamont, Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, Ranking Members Yacarino and Kelly, and other distinguished members for this opportunity to make a difference in education in Connecticut. I was born in Luton, Bedfordshire, England, and lived there for the first 10 years of my life. I believe that the early years of one's life informs the outcome of one's future. So in light of this particular appointment, I believe my past should be shared. The first 5 years of my life were incredible. Normal, loving, and beautifully and culturally Jamaican, until I went to school. When I was 5 years old, on my first day of school in Birmingham, England, excited nervous, unable to sleep the night before, but dreaming about making new friends, meeting my teachers and playing outside, only to be greeted with chants of chocolatey Claire, chocolatey Claire. And then it happened at lunch, and then on the playground, and then every day. It was a daily reminder, and I didn't get it. I didn't understand, but what I came to recognize very quickly was that my sheltered life was exposed and disrupted, and the journey of an unhealthy indoctrination began. In the meantime, my mother placed me in the care of my aunt and cousin to come to the United States to build a life for me and for her. She returned to the UK 2 years later to pack us both up to pursue better opportunities in the US. These daily reminders of what I looked like and who I represented didn't change once I came to America. Whether it was my British accent, my so-called light complexion, and my good hair in Hartford, or my Jamaican culture, my dark skin and coarse hair in Manchester, the social construct of race mattered. Colorism and racism collided, creating a new lived reality I was now experiencing and fully aware of. Elementary school in Hartford and middle and high school in Manchester were not fun racially. I tried to fit in, and that backfired. I went to a predominantly white college my freshman year, and that backfired. And then I transferred to an HBCU my sophomore year, and that changed my life. My HBCU gave me breath, it gave me a voice, and it gave me a purpose. Being immersed into that college experience and being surrounded by people who look, feel, and think like me changed me. My teachers and friends validated me and helped me reclaim my inner spirit. When I returned to Manchester as a teacher, I was confused because I finally got it. I was hurt, but I was determined to change the narrative and the context around how we see ourselves. How and what we have been taught to believe impacts how we treat and how we teach our students. As a result, I created several programs to support, empower, and engage the most vulnerable and marginalized students to ensure they had the same academic and social opportunities that I didn't have in the exact same settings. I wanted to change their context. These programs included grads for high school students who would benefit from smaller classes and alternative teaching, a young women's leadership group to give young women a voice and leadership experience, STARS, a mentoring program to uplift and support students, a race relations class, an African-American literature class, just to name a few. And for adults, we began courageous conversations about race, specifically to continue to address the disproportionality of Black and brown boys in special education, because we know disproportionality is an adult issue, not a student one. As a result, we have equity teams in all schools, an active Department of Race and Equity, of which I am the director, and we focus on centering race in all spaces within the educational arena in Manchester. Furthermore, my team and I work diligently on creating conditions by which people can change and can engage in the personal work of disrupting their racial socializations to the extent of changing themselves so that they can change systems where equity becomes the norm. I created an equity framework called the 5 Equity Elements to give staff a tool to effectively engage in the dismantling of racism in education. I'm an active member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Epsilon Omicron Omega chapter here in Hartford, which is a service organization that provides resources, charitable services, and so much more. Some years ago, I received the pre-K to 12 to grade 12 Multicultural Educator of the Year Award. And most recently, I received the 2018 Honoring Friends Award, the 2019 George A. Coleman Award for Excellence in Equity, the 2020 Manchester Luminary Award for the work that I have done over the last 30 years. the 2021 Case Adult Education State Leader of the Year Award, and the 2022 Honorable John W. Buckner Leadership Award. But my proudest accomplishment, aside from my children and grandchildren, came on Juneteenth, 2020, when they unveiled a mural on the side of Washington Elementary School in Manchester, where my face is one of 4 that features civil rights leaders and activists, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Harriet Tubman, and John Lewis. And although I am no King, no Tubman or Lewis, the idea that I'm displayed among giants is humbling, and affirming, because it restores my faith in humanity. So my goal now is to engage others personally so that they have language interpersonally to ensure that we can create a community that will propagate and help us get to sustainability to ultimately transform the world. So I thank you. I look forward to making a difference as a board member of the State Education Resource Center, if given the opportunity, and I apologize.
No, absolutely no need to apologize. Thank you so much for that testimony. Congratulations on your nomination. It's certainly well deserved, and congratulations on all your accolades. I knew you looked familiar because I've seen that mural several times, and it's a gorgeous mural, a nice and an important testament to all the work and everything you've given to not just the town of Manchester, but to the entire state of Connecticut. So congratulations. And as we've mentioned to the previous nominees, thank you for your willingness to serve and to continue to give back to this state, and particularly to students here in the state of Connecticut. I'm a product of 2 educators, and I certainly understand the commitment and the passion that educators have here in the state. So congratulations with that. I look forward to supporting you. Just a couple quick questions. Is this a new nominee? Is this your first time
Yes.
on the board? Have you been to any
No, I have
meetings?
not.
Okay. No, the CERC, it was new to me. I didn't realize that this resource center was available, and just going through the website and all the resources that it provides to educators, to students, and everything like that. I think it's a great asset to this state. I don't think we do enough to push it out. The fact that it's there, and the commitment that you guys have. So I guess that would be, it's not so much a question, but a request to do everything you can to push the work that the committee does and all the resources that it has available to them, because I think it's an important piece and something that we should be proud of.
Thank you. Yes, I agree.
I do have one question. If you can talk a little bit about the grads program
Oh, sure.
that you mentioned, because I thought that would be try to do a little research on it, but I thought it was a great opportunity for you to talk a little bit about that.
Sure. So the grads program, it was a program and at the high school level for students who were at risk, but had the potential to attend college. A lot of classes are obviously tracked. And so if you're in a lower level track, you don't always have the opportunity to perhaps attend a 4-year college. And so we created this opportunity where we handpicked the teachers and created a team. And it's for 9th grade students who, again, we felt had potential, but were tracked in lower level classes to sort of empower, uplift, create smaller classes. So again, that we can address the academic shortfalls that they may have in a smaller environment, as we're sort of trying to build their confidence and inspire them to get involved more within the school community, as well as extended community, and to build their resume so that they hopefully will choose and will be prepared to go to a four-year college if they so choose.
That's great. Do you know if other municipalities have taken that as a template and kind of done it in their own towns?
I'm not aware of any specific
Okay.
program, but I would venture to say that I'm going to assume that there are multiple programs similar to that, because I think small settings with the right teachers always makes a difference, because it's about who the kids buy into. If they buy into you, they'll buy into their education.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more on that. So with that, I'll open it up to committee members. I'll start with Co-Chairman Duff.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your nomination. All I have to do is say, as I'm sitting here, my first construction stoppage on the highway is thank goodness for Zoom, because I would have been very upset if I had missed your testimony, because I appreciate everything you said, and the fact of how your personal experience really has driven so much of your experience and your career and your passion to helping others. And so you have my deep respect on that, and I really appreciate that. And the fact that especially what my co-chair said about the graduate program with kids who are tracking in classes where they may get bypassed for their potential. And so having that ability to take students who need just a little extra help and who have that potential is important, because we have 150,000 job openings. And on top of that, we don't want to throw away any child, any student from reaching their full potential. And we spend a lot of money here in the state of Connecticut on secondary education, and we need to make sure that each of our kids are succeeding and has the tools to succeed in life. So I think your experiences, the way you describe them and how that has shaped you and shaped your career is really important. I think that it's just in some ways you are going to have such a great be able to really just have such a great impact on this board that hopefully we'll continue to see your name in other places as well, and you can have that similar effects all over the place. So thank you for stepping up. Thank you for your passion and for being a teacher. It's not an easy job, and for taking care of so many students over so many years. Last thing I'll just say is that a lot of kids that you've probably touched, you've changed their lives. They may not always give you credit for that. I'm sure some do. But you literally probably changed thousands of kids' lives over the years, and all for the better. And so that should be praised and mentioned. And we don't say that enough to our educators. So thank you for doing that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Vaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Kearney, for stepping up. And I apologize for everything you had to go through as a child and an adult.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You've done well, but you're going to bring your experience, I hope, and I believe, to make this world a better place, and I think you already have. As far as your new role, I think I like the idea with the smaller classrooms, smaller settings, because many times kids that are, or maybe don't feel confident enough, or they don't feel that they're good enough, or they're part of something, they give up in a sense, or they step back. But if you have a teacher or mentor to recognize that in a smaller setting, I personally think, and sounds like you do too, that it will help them. And I think hopefully you're going to bring that to the board and to the CERC,
Absolutely.
but to convince other people that, but I live in North Haven, near New Haven and Hamden, and Eli Whitney, it's a technical school, but troubled high school students could go there from other towns after school for their academics, but also wood shop, baking, culinary, basic science. I'd love to see more of that in our state. I don't know if it's a money problem or people just don't buy into it, but I don't know how you feel about something where different areas like Manchester, you have a great program. It sounds like different areas have an alternative place for kids to go to school because we spend so much money. And unfortunately, it's not always the money, it's the actual confidence and somebody there for them and a program for them.
Oh, absolutely. It's,
I-
it's the only way to go, as far as I'm concerned, is just to create a school within a school or schools within schools. The smaller it is, the more connected students will be because they base their experiences or their answers a lot of time on those around them, and it's their peers because peer pressure is real. And I know the term bullying is probably overstated, but it is not overrated. It is happening, whether it's subtle or overt. And so the smaller we can, the smaller environments that we can create, I think only make students, to me, do better. You know, it does build their confidence and it does empower them. And it does give them the strength to speak up and to actually begin to believe in themselves.
Yeah,
That's
key.
number one, but
Sorry.
number two is who's in front of them, right? Because whomever's in front of them needs to know who they are. And they come in with an invisible backpack of all kinds of things. And we have to be ready for that. So we must wear our multiple perspective respect hat and embrace that. So that
I'm
we
sure you'll
engage
bring
them.
that to the board, but that with the board, will you meet? I mean, mission's gonna work with teachers, with programs throughout the whole state. Am I correct?
Yes, that is.
Have
correct.
you started any meetings yet or?
No, I haven't gone to any meetings yet.
Well, hopefully you'll follow up with us and I think you're gonna do great and I haven't been by Manchester, so if I do, I'll take a good look. But
Absolutely.
you are with three, well, you're a good person too, but you're three wonderful people also.
Thank you.
But I wish you the best. Bring your expertise, bring your passion. And, smaller settings, I think really work. I don't know if it's feasible, but it definitely works. And you get to know people too. You
Absolutely.
get to know one another and you might not, I was in the Navy. I remember in boot camp, we're on top of each other. And I'm meeting people from Georgia, California, and all different races and colors. And either you're going to get to know each other in a good way or a bad way. And we did in a good way, but if you don't know, you don't know. And it's better to know and respect one another. So
That's right.
thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Figueroa, followed by Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Dr. Claire, it is a pleasure having you with us. Thank you for your great testimony. You really touched my heart. And I could easily step into your shoes. Obviously, coming from another country, we know the difference as to how we are treated in our own community or our own country. And then we get to learn something different when we come to America.
Yes.
While America is a great country, we also get to learn how we are treated many times in so many different ways. This is how I can really, step into your shoes and understand what you are saying. And I agree with you. I definitely think that we need to create a community within our schools, a community that is going to engage and protect our students, especially the ESL learners.
Absolutely.
The kids are treated so different. And what we are talking about equity and equality, and we are creating positions and programs that are intended, to balance the treatment. I don't see it still happening. I recognize we are trying very hard, again, by programs and new positions into different organizations, municipalities, and within the government. But how? How do we measure? How do we measure equity within our schools?
Yeah, very good question. How do we measure equity within our schools? That's a very difficult question because it's very personal. It's not programmatic. It's about who you are, right? And who you are really is going to impact relationships that you form and which will either change in a good way or a bad way, the operation that you're running. And I don't think people understand that. We're trying to change equity or close achievement gaps, opportunity gaps programmatically when we really have to change people personally. That's the only way that we can do that. You know, our biggest obstacle right now in Manchester is among Hispanic students and attendance. And the question is, what are we going to do to address that? And if you don't know who's in front of you, and I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but if you don't know your audience, you're not really going to get what you think you're going to get. And so you can't solely focus on programs. You have to focus on who's running the programs, because how we've been socialized impacts the decisions we make and the things that we do. You know, so it's a human issue. And so when you ask, how do you measure equity, you measure it by the adults. You know, because the adults are the ones who make all the decisions. The kids are the receivers of whatever we do and how we treat them.
I agree. Thank you. Dr. Claire, do you think that the pandemic affect the services that are provided by SERC?
For sure. Yes, the pandemic has made a profound, unfortunate, negative impact at all levels, because I also oversee adult ed. And at one point within adult ed, we had over 500 students. We're down to 300 students. An attendance at the pre-K to 12 has been impacted. Students missed a lot. You know, teachers missed a lot. We weren't prepared. I did not know how to use Zoom before the pandemic. So you multiply that times, you know, however many teachers we have. So there was a technology divide that took place the first 6 months. And so it was a huge loss academically, emotionally, personally, physically. However, I don't want that to be the new excuse as to why there are opportunity gaps. I think we have to add it to the opportunity gaps, but I don't want people to hold on to that, because those who don't get it will latch on to that. And then I think our kids end up suffering as a result. So I want to add it to the plate, not replace the plate of struggles that we already have academically and personally.
Thank you. I pretty much agree with you. I think the pandemic created, I mean, it was such a monster that we didn't know who we were dealing with. But however, we don't know the side effect. And obviously our students, you know, were really, really affected by the technology, because many times, you know, the kids were lacking not only having a computer, but also lacking the knowledge as to how to use it. And we as parents also, you know, we were really hit by the pandemic, because we were not, many kids didn't have the luxury of their parents also having their skills or the knowledge how to use the computer so that they will be able to help them. So how do we walk away? I mean, what are we doing now? What can we do to recoup those losses, you know, that our kids had due to the pandemic? Because socially, emotionally, and even physically, the kids were impacted.
Oh yeah, this impacted mental health. That's a whole nother story. You could have a session just on the impact of mental health in this country. I mean, there's a lot there's a lot we have to do. And again, a lot of it begins with the personal work, but we do need the resources. And I'm not only talking about financial resources, because if you don't have the right people in place, it doesn't matter how much resources you have, you know, it still is about making the connection with the right people. So, I mean, it's just adding additional programs. And I know that sounds so technical, and I'm an adaptive thinker, not a technical thinker. You know, I want it to be systemic, institutionalized, not something that happens for a moment, but that it's an integrated part of everybody's experience. But I mean, it's through professional development overload. But again, not in lieu of, but in addition to. So, I mean, it just takes, you're asking a huge question where you really need several people around the table to sort of unpack and brainstorm because it's multi-layered.
And I think that, thank you. And I think that's what the reason why I said we do need a community. And, within that community, we also need to include our teachers and parents, students, outsiders, because I know it is going to take a long time before
Yeah.
we are able to recruit,
yeah. It's the only way that we will propagate. It's the only way that we will get to capacity to ultimately transform education is everybody has to be at the table.
I agree. Thank you so much for your answers. I yield the floor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Dr. Claire, congratulations on your nomination. What would you say would be your top policy priorities as a member of this board?
That's a really good question. You say policy, and with policy, that to me is still a little, that's a technical sort of question when I really believe that it has to be about changing who we are. So I really believe that a lot of the work has to revolve around understanding how we have been raised and how that impacts every decision that we make. I know you're probably saying, Diane, you just said that, but the best form of teaching is reteaching. And I just can't state it enough that if we don't think about how we're going to support teachers, and by doing that, helping them look inward, because helping us look inward really helps us sort of unpack how we were raised really does change every decision that we make, or impacts or informs every decision that we make. And so one of the things that I know we do in Manchester, I created a framework, and it's called the 5 Equity Elements. And the heart of that framework are the core lines of action. And the core lines of action is the personal work, the interpersonal work, and the operational work. And we're very good at integrating, creating, facilitating programs operationally, programmatically, right? But what I'm suggesting that we do is we've got to educate people by, again, helping them understand who they are racially. And so race has to be at the center of every policy, because if people are involved, then race is involved. And if we involve race, especially we are becoming more and more diverse. When I graduated from Manchester High School. I think I told you guys that in the 70s, and it was less than 2% students of color. Today in 2023, we're at 65% students of color, with Hispanic being at around 30%, and then Black students around 25%. And we don't know those students. And those are the students that are coming into our school system. And so the only thing that I think or believe that we should be doing is looking at who we are, and of course, looking at how we hire and who we're hiring. And I am not suggesting that we hire people of color just because they're person of color. But I do believe we have to hire more people of color. So I think we should be looking at our hiring practices and retention as well. You asked me for one priority, and I'm sort of saying several things, but I still want you to understand that it's all revolves around the personal work that has to be done. So trying to sort of understand the human condition and how that impacts on all of the policies.
So what you've done in Manchester, do you think you could easily apply that across the rest of the state?
Well, I don't think it's easy, because we don't think that it's all about race. Right? We think that it's mainly about socioeconomics, and socioeconomics absolutely plays a huge role, but it's not the primary role. And so, no, it's not going to be easy at all. As a matter of fact, we get a lot of pushback because people don't know what they don't know. And because they don't know what they don't know, they lean on what they think they know, and how, again, they have been raised and what their beliefs are. What the media says you should think is what we think. You know, so
Do you think that the one credit high school course in Black and Latino studies is enough, or should we be doing more there? Or don't we have enough experience with that yet to really know if it's working as intended?
So I have mixed feelings about that. It's a start, but it's not the answer, right? Because I really believe all of it has to be integrated into what already exists. If not, we again marginalize the most marginalized because we're othered, you know, it's an option, I believe. I don't even think you have to do it, you know, and students don't have to take the course. So if it becomes a high school graduation requirement, I think that's the best step, first step. But I think it's a step, but it's not enough. It's just not enough because you don't have to do it, you know, so.
Right, right.
And when it's optional, then it says that I'm optional. And I'm not what I represent, not me personally, but who I represent. You know, we matter. And so the courses should matter. And so unless it's a graduation requirement that all schools have to, you know, all students have to take that course as a graduation requirement, then I think that would be, like I said, a better step in the right direction.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And congratulations again on your nomination. I think you're going to bring a great perspective to the board, and clearly you have an enthusiasm in this area of education. And, you know, I wish you all the best in this new position.
Thank you so much.
You're
And
welcome.
again, I apologize for the tears. I try every time, but
Once again,
but
you-
my heart gets the best of me.
absolutely no need to apologize. Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Sure. Representative Figueroa.
Dr. Claire, as a follow-up to one of his questions and to your answers, did I hear you say that we need to hire more Black teachers?
Black and brown, people of color, yes, yes.
And why would that be?
Because I believe that who's in front of them makes a difference. And I believe that they, you know, Black and brown teachers know Black and brown kids the best because they bring in their lived experience relative to who they are. So yes, I do believe that.
Okay, I have to be honest with you to a point. I will agree and disagree.
Mhm.
Because I think if I wasn't a student, I really wouldn't care as to who is teaching me. I think I would be more interested in knowing exactly, you know, that the teacher knows what they are teaching, that the teacher is treating me the same way as she's treating everybody.
Mhm.
I will hate to use that word, that we need to use more Black and brown teachers. In a way, it doesn't sound, and this again is for me,
Sure.
you know, it doesn't sound good for me to promote this kind of encouragement. I will prefer to have a teacher that treats everybody equally, regardless of where we come from. I think that should be a key. And I think that will be something that will create more success, because I will hate to create division, because I am so much, or I like to fight. I always said, I want to be treated equally. I want to treat everybody the same way as I am treated. And I will hate to cut opportunities to others just because of what we just mentioned. And again, and this is just, you know,
But I
my
don't disagree.
opinion into
Yeah.
this. And, but I do respect what you're saying,
Yeah.
but I also needed to express, because in a way, it kind of cut me off, you know, myself.
Yeah.
We need to treat everybody equally, and we have to give an opportunity to everybody, and we have to expect the same
Sure.
treatment and to give the same treatment to others, the same way as to what we expect.
Agree,
Thank you.
agreed 100%, but the division is already there. That's what I want too. But it's just not that way. It's just, unfortunately, it's just not that way. In my lived experience as a, a student once upon a time, but also as a teacher, it makes a difference. Why should I have to go to an HBCU? Why are there HBCUs? There are HBCUs because we were not allowed to go to the so-called white institution. There shouldn't be HBCUs either, but there are because of the divisive society that we have created and we continue to foster. And so until we can do better, we have to do the next best thing because we still don't know better. So until we know better, we are not going to have the ideal that you're talking about and that I want also.
I think it's our responsibility as parents and as human beings, to try to walk away and to, recognizing what we are facing, but we all deserve opportunities. And I think especially in America, we all have that opportunity. You are a very good example that you have succeeded. I myself consider to be a very successful person coming from El Salvador, because I don't think that I will have had the same opportunities that I am having in this country, if I was back in El Salvador. And I am an elementary school teacher. And I can tell you, this is what I said at the beginning. I know the difference because in my classrooms, every student was treated equally. There was no difference.
Because your heart was truly looking at the student's heart. You were not looking at this, but this shows up for me all the time. I do not wake up and say, I want to talk about race today. I don't like to talk about race. I believe I am hurt and traumatized by talking about race. I am forced to talk about race because I'm reminded of my race, and it's not by people who look like me.
I understand what you're saying. We are reminded, but at the same token, I think,
I want what you want. I want what you want.
But we need to walk away, and we need, again, going back to equity, equality and all of that. And I think we could accomplish, and I do hope, that one day we will be there.
I hope so.
We are all going to be treated, and we will be treating also everybody the same way.
We're just doing this in the meantime. So you got to be with me in the meantime until we get to what you're talking about.
Thank you. I give the floor.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I don't see any. Let me just check one more time on Zoom. Well, with that, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thank you again. Thanks for spending your morning with us.
Thank you
Congratulations
so
again.
much. It's an honor.
All right, last, but certainly not least on our agenda, we have another Senate joint resolution. This is the nomination of Dr. Agnes Quiñones of Meriden to be chairperson of the State Education Resource Center. And I believe Dr. Quiñones is with us virtually today. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Representative. Thank you so much for having me this morning.
Thank you for being with us. If you can do me a favor and just raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening comments you might have.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairman Duff and Concepcion, Vice Chairman Looney and Godfrey, Ranking Members Kelly and Yacarino, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Agnes Quiñones, and I am honored to accept Governor Lamont's nomination for the role of chairperson of the State Education Resource Center, CERT, Board of Directors. To Governor Lamont, thank you for this opportunity to serve, and to this committee, thank you for your time. I was appointed to the CERT Board of Directors when it was established in 2014, and have been vice chair since February 2021. This experience has provided a window into how CERC is uniquely positioned with the backing of its board to support the children, youth, and families of our state. Work CERC is key to supporting educational equity and excellence in the field of education. Under my leadership as CERC's vice chair, CERC successfully facilitated the development of the first African-American / Black and Puerto Rican / Latino course of studies at the high school level. The curriculum is the product of legislation passed by the Connecticut General Assembly back in 2019, Public Act 19-12, an act concerning the inclusion of Black and Latino studies in the public school curriculum, and is being implemented by districts across the state. CERC's mission and vision align with my personal and professional beliefs about equity in education, and the agency's steadfast focus on equity validates my racial, ethnic, linguistic, and gender identities. I was born and raised in Mayagüez, Puerto Rico, the third largest city on the west coast of the island. As an undergraduate student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, I was often the only Latina in many of my math and science classes. I went on to earn a Bachelor's of Science and a Master of Education there, in addition to a Doctorate of Education in Organization Development. In the early 1980s, I joined the Connecticut State Department of Education as an education consultant / program manager. At the department, I spent several years working on gender equity and providing leadership to districts across the state. Later on, I was assigned to manage federal and state-funded grant programs, including after-school programs, neighborhood youth centers, youth service bureaus, primary mental health, and FIRST robotics competition. In 2016, I was chosen as one of the 50 most influential after-school leaders in state or local government by the National After School Association. My role at the department has expanded to include managing additional federal grant funds, including the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, known as ESSER, and the American Rescue Plan, ARP-ESSER, and ARP-ESSER after-school set-aside funds. In 2015, I was appointed to serve on the Latino Puerto Rican Affairs Commission, known as LAPRAC. During my tenure, I chaired the legislative committee, where I developed a legislative agenda for the commission and advocated for housing, education, and health opportunities for the Latino community. In 2017, when LAPRAC was combined with other commissions to form the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity, I was appointed to be a commissioner to continue the work on behalf of the Latino community. I have been the recipient of several other awards and recognitions throughout my career. Most recently, I received the 2022 Polaris Leadership Award by Leadership Greater Hartford. I am committed to promoting academic excellence and have continued to advocate to ensure that Connecticut young people are seen, heard, and have opportunities and choices throughout school and beyond. I am a great believer in lifelong learning. People who know me have seen my passion for opening doors for all underrepresented students. I enjoy collaborating with others to take a good idea and make it great. And I understand the importance of making all partners feel appreciated and truly part of a community. I was raised by my maternal grandparents. They had a lot to do with my success, personally and professionally. I give special credit to my late maternal grandmother, Adriana, for providing me opportunities to build a solid path for my success and achievements. I am grateful for this nomination for CERC's board chair to demonstrate continued leadership and vision. I look forward to continue to serve, to help, to listen, to care, and to act. I welcome any questions you may have at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Quiñones. Congratulations on your nomination, and thanks for your willingness to continue to serve this one in a slightly different capacity. Since you've been on the committee since its inception, can you talk a little bit about the years that you've been there, if there's been any changes or anything that you've seen differently over the last few years?
Thank you for the question, Co-Chair Concepcion. Yes, it has been quite a journey for the board and the staff at CERC. You know, we transitioned and became a quasi-public agency established to support the work of the Connecticut State Board of Education. And in that transition journey, you know, we experienced many trials and tribulations. By that, I mean that we really needed to take a look at our fiscal health, and we also needed to look at into what would CERC be in relationship to the work that we do to support the agenda of the State Board of Education. So, you know, we had a number of years in which we really had to ask ourselves as board members very difficult questions and transition the agency into what it is today. And, you know, let go of some of the resources and some of the staffing that we could no longer support as a quasi-public entity. So you know, I'm very proud to say that looking back, we came out of that exercise a very strong agency with a very clear mission and vision, and had established ourselves in the education community in Connecticut and outside Connecticut as a leading agency around issues of racial justice and social issues.
I appreciate those that answer. You know, similar to, I asked this question to the last nominee, and it was more, I guess it's less than a question, but more of a comment and a request is to ensure that, you know, as your tenure as chairperson, that you market what you do a little bit more. I think there's some great stories to tell in your agency. You produce a lot of great information, a lot of great resources for educators and students alike. So I just want to ensure that that the residents of this state, my constituents, understand what the center does and really properly think and use all the resources that are available to them. So less of a question and more of a kind of a request as you take your tenure as chairperson.
Duly noted, and I'm happy to report that we move into a brand new facility in the city of Waterbury. We're going to be doing our ribbon cutting ceremony on the 27th. You're welcome to attend. And I think that, you know, we're housed in the old Timex building on Waterbury. So, you know, the level of visibility, to your point, you know, it's going to help us to create that sense of presence, you know, not only in that region, but, you know, in the state. And as we move forward and be able to grow our board, because right now, you know, out of 13, there are 6 active members. We're hoping to secure 7 nominations and that we, you know, have the 13 members, that we will continue to do that, move forward and have, you know, right now we're in conversations in terms of developing a marketing strategy and a marketing campaign to tell everybody, all the families, all the children and youth in our state and all the stakeholders and everybody that we work with, that we're here. This is the work that we do. This is the work that we've been doing since the 1960s to support the State Board of Education and also to support the community, because it's important. You know, we represent, our staff is very diverse and represents, you know, who we are as a state. So, you know, so thank you, duly noted. Will be, you know, one of my priorities moving forward as chair.
That's wonderful. And congratulations on your the new location. I think that'll be fantastic, and I will take you up on your offer to head down to Waterbury for the ribbon cutting. With that, I will open it up to committee members, starting with my good friend co-chairman Duff.
Thank you. Live in person here finally. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your nomination. I'm glad that you are serving as vice chair and now as chair. I get, you know, you touched upon a little bit about your role as vice chair and kind of what you see the vision is there. What, I guess, in the next 2 years or so, what do you think is going to be the biggest aspect of what your goals are going to be as chair? And will you need the legislature to help you on any of those things?
Thank you for the question, Chairman Duff. We over the years, we had done a lot of work in the world, in the space of special education, curriculum and instruction, racial equity and social justice. And we would hope that as we continue to do work in those major areas, which define, what we are in terms of our mission and mission as a quasi-public entity, that the legislature will provide our appropriate supports. One of the challenges that we have, it's always a fiscal challenge and our association with the State Board of Education. So, as we move forward and as we continue to share with you, our all of our accomplishments and all the work that we continue to do, that, that CERC is part of the conversation in terms of, our ability to secure a line item in the budget. So I think that, that's as chair moving forward, it's very important to us as board members. And also, in the leadership of the organization, we had a wonderful executive director, Ingrid Kennedy, who is a visionary and it's a woman of might and a woman of commitment and strength. And, she's gotten before the legislature before, to request, the line item in the budget. So I think that, for us would be a major priority. So we can continue to do that we need to do, racial equity and providing, what we need for kids and teachers and educators and our community at large. It's very important. So we can continue to do what we need to do. So everybody in our state feels that their voices are heard and that they can be successful.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. I really do appreciate that. I think that is so important. And, as I said previously, we have so many job openings, 1 and 2, our people are human resource in this, or our resource in the state. We don't have gas, oil, or any of those types of natural resources in the ground. So we have to rely on a good educated workforce. But what I think we do need all hands on deck when it comes to ensuring that all kids are ready and available and ready to tackle the jobs of the 21st century. I mean, we're now talking about artificial intelligence, which is not something we talked about probably 2-3 years ago. And there's, as I tell my kids, the jobs that they may have are the ones that aren't even thought of or invented yet.
Right.
We've got to make sure that our kids are ready. And I think that whether you sit on the State Board of Ed, whether you sit where you sit, whether you sit on local Board of Ed, where we sit as legislators, we need everybody to be all hands on deck on getting our kids ready and prepared if we're going to be successful. And we cannot afford to leave any child behind whatsoever. So thank you for what you're doing. And I would also agree with my co-chair who said to please make sure that you help get out the word of what you do, what the board does, because I don't think that enough people know about it. And I think that you're a wonderful resource and will have a deep impact on our kids here in the state of Connecticut. So thank you again. And I look forward to supporting your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, both Mr. Chairs, and it's good to see you both. Thank you, Dr. Quiones. I don't really have many questions, but you were on the board, the commission since 2014. Have you seen the needs change? And I'm sure they have changed and the resources. Let me just go for the needs have changed, I'm sure. Could you elaborate on that at all? Of the students, school districts? Sure.
Pandemic is an example. I mean, and we were operational 100% during the pandemic, but I think that exercise for us at CERC confirmed the fact that we continue to have needs in the area of special education, disabilities, dyslexia, the whole concept of how do you incorporate technology in education, within the special education space, and how do we best support teachers with the professional development and the technical assistance that they need to make that happen. The need is there. I think that the other thing that the pandemic did for us is to identify clearly the divides, the socioeconomic divides, the technology divides, the access divides, the learning divides, all of that. So, it helped us at CERC to begin to rethink some of the work that we had been doing in those areas and to say to school districts, these are the kinds of things that, that we can help you with, that we can provide some professional development and some training around. And the racial isolation of many of our students also contributed to the challenges of not being able to connect. Their mental health challenges also contributed. So we were there and we were able to support educators during this very challenging, unknown space in history that we just experienced. So that's what one of the needs. I mean, like I said, it exacerbated the needs and it clearly defined some of the needs and how could we best, as a quasi-public entity that thrives on providing professional development and training and support for educators, help us to do and accomplish.
I thank you for that answer. And hopefully you'll take, and I'm sure you will take those shortcomings from COVID and then hopefully make it better for our students and for our teachers. And one last thing, Dr. Claire had mentioned smaller classrooms, and it's always better to have a more intimate setting. And hopefully we could not just talk about it, but we could get to that point. And then eventually, probably won't happen in my lifetime, but if we could erase, it's out there, but if we could just somehow just look at each other as people, like that, Representative Figueroa said, and just we're people, we all want the same things, we all want, but I would love to get past that someday, and I don't know if we will, but I would, hopefully we could get past that someday. That's all I have. If you want to respond, that's fine.
Thank you. I'm with you, but I do think that, the bigger picture in our ability to be able to create the spaces in which all the kids are heard and all the kids have, the opportunity to learn and to ask questions and to be inquisitive is like, we definitely need to fully fund public education, to have all the resources. So the proper hiring happens, the proper professional development happens, the proper spaces and facilities are in place, the adequate, more than adequate resources that, that we can provide children, and the supports, because, kids, they come in, but they're part of the bigger picture. They're part of a family, and that family is part of a community. So, we need to have all types of support. So I think that, to fully fund that experience, it's key, it's part of what we do, also we try to do at CERC to provide and to sort of fill the gaps. So, I think that, to your point, I'm with you 100%. I think that, that's the goal. But it's a bigger conversation to be had with the powers that be.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for willing to serve all these years and continue to serve. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Figueroa, followed by Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Quiñones, congratulations on your nomination. And thank you for all the years of services that you have given to our state and to our children. With that said, going over your resume under diversity experience, you listed one of your experiences. You listed that train as a mediator to help staff negotiate, mediate, and develop conflict management skills. Can you please give me an example as to when you use this experience?
Well, you're going way, way, way back in my resume. That training I received, and I was able to apply it during my days at the University of Massachusetts, where I worked in the admissions office as a senior assistant director of admission. I also served as part of the dean of students. They had a mediation cadre of professionals in the schools, and our job was predominantly to hear cases of of students that would, for whatever reason, get in trouble, break the student code of conduct, and their status of being a student at the university was impacted by their actions. So I mean, that's part of the work that I did, and when you work in any type of space, in any type of environment, and you have different opinions coming based on different experiences that people have, that what makes us, our identities based on, the way we look, the way we sound, our background, our knowledge, our experiences, our education, I use those skills all the time, and the skill of collaborating, the skills of listening, of looking for facts, and finding some type of a common ground, because at the end of the day, the goal is to, try to get some type of a resolution that it's gonna, help both parties. So that training way back when has proven me to be very, very useful in my personal and professional career, because, we're human beings and we're complex. And sometimes, we know, and sometimes we don't know what we don't know. So coming into, into a space in which we gotta have a conversation about an important issue, social racial equity, social justice, education, access, equity, we need to have those skills to be able to negotiate and to be able to compromise and to be able to move the agenda forward.
Thank you for your answer. I definitely agree with you. And I'm happy to see, that what you said, that you took this training long time ago. Obviously, the skills that we learn, they stay with us. And as we practice it, then it is hard to lose them. So I think it's great that you have those, and that you are able through these skills, to manage within the capacity that you are right now, because I am sure you are in need of these skills. So thank you for that. So I hear, or I see that you have been serving on this board for the last 10 years.
Going on, 9 years. Was appointed in 2014.
9, okay. Thank you for the clarification. So, Dr. Quiñones, why do you want to continue serving on this board? And do you have anything new that is going to perhaps develop or to increase knowledge or share your experiences with the rest of the members of this board?
How much time do we have? Well, I'll tell you, CERC's mission and vision literally embodies the many identities that define who I am. My linguistic identities, my background, my ethnic, plus the fact that I'm a great believer in equity. I'm a great believer in giving voices to communities that, because of whatever issues over history, never had the opportunity to be sitting at the table. So to me, it's a combination of my professional commitment that I bring to the table as an educator, and also personally, because as a Puerto Rican female in this country, I had to fight so my voice would be heard. I had to fight so I would be recognized. I had to fight so I could be allowed to sit at the table. So CERC, to me, is a vehicle by which I can continue to be heard, to be seen, to be respected, and to be recognized. And also, in a bigger picture of things, to tell youngsters in our state that people like me can be chairs of a quasi-public entity like CERC. Like people like me can be successful, that people like me can aspire to have fill leadership positions in the state of Connecticut, in this country, and in the world. So that's very important. And CERC does that to me and to others. As I move forward, you know, I was part of the curriculum committee that developed the Puerto Rican and the Latino history course of study curriculum. It's fairly new work that we done, and I would like to see that we continue to move the agenda. So the course, which right now is a required elective, you know, we would like to see that become a graduation requirement. I think that there's so much that we had not taught our students about what they come from, what their people had contributed to the fabric of this country, our African American and our Black brothers and sisters, the same way that, you know, Puerto Rican and Latino brothers and sisters had done to build this country and continue to do so. So that work, I would like, as chair of CERC, I would like for that work to continue, and that for us to continue to work with other groups to be able to do the same, to incorporate, you know, their history into our curriculum for high school, and maybe younger than that. So those are the big things that are important to me. Also, as chair, you know, I am a woman of my word, and not to sound cliches, but you know, I walk the walk. So I think that, you know, for my board members, I would like to be that role model. So we collectively as a board walk the walk and live and breathe the mission and vision of what CERC is, and embrace our community and be a player and be a collaborator and be an ally in the community so we can move forward. Because the whole issue, the whole conversation right now in Connecticut and outside Connecticut is around racial equity and social justice. And we need to continue to do that, to bring it down to the school, to bring it down to the classroom, to bring it to our community, and to say, you know, this is an important issue and we all have to embrace, so we can be, to your point, Representative Figueroa, be treated with respect and be treated equally. That's, to me, the goal that I strive for.
Dr. Quiñones, thank you so much for your answers. Through your answers and comments, I can perceive and I can feel your honesty. To me, it has value. Honesty has no price. And for those reasons, I will be supporting without any hesitation your nomination. I love to hear, you know, that, and I agree with you. We need to bring our communities together, regardless of where we come from, regardless of our language, origin, color, our accents, our looks, or whatever. I think we all need to be treated equally. And in any capacity, I always remind everybody, regardless of what position we are holding, we are all human beings. And once we are elected or appointed to a position, we need to remember and to be reminded that we become the people's voice. But somehow, sometimes I think we walk away from that and we forget. And then we only try to wear the big hat, and then we forget those who have elected or appointed us to our positions. So to me, I mentioned the word humbly, you know, I think you are a very humble person, and I do expect the same from everybody. I think sometimes we become very arrogant and then we forget, you know, what we are elected for. So I like to recognize, you know, your honesty and I love the way how you have presented yourself. I can tell that you are a very, very good chairman of this. And once again, I will be more than happy to support your nomination today. And thank you for all the years of services that you have given us. I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Agnes, congratulations. As one of my constituents, it's an honor to be able to participate in your appointment to this new position on CERC as the chairperson. And I know that Representatives Santiago, Facino, and Senator Hockedel all feel the same way. This is a proud moment for Meriden to have someone of your caliber put into this sort of position. And so we really are grateful to you for agreeing to do it. And we know that you're going to be extremely successful in continuing in this elevated role. I know that my colleagues have asked a lot of questions. Is there anything that we haven't gotten to that you'd like to add at this point?
Thank you so much for those kind words, Representative Quinn. I'm touched and honored by the comments and the questions being asked of me this morning. I am looking forward to the opportunity to continue to serve and to be a leader to CERC and to contribute in many different ways to our success and to make Connecticut proud in the work that we do.
Thank you, and that's greatly appreciated. And I know you're going to do a great job in this new role. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Dr. Quinones, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Great, wonderful. Thank you so much for spending your morning with us. Congratulations on your nomination and your willingness to serve in this very important capacity.
Thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you.
All right, I don't believe we have any members of the public speaking. Great. With that, I will adjourn the public hearing portion of this committee, and we will immediately go into the committee portion once Madam Clerk is ready to go. Ready? All right. Well, with that, I will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee for Tuesday, April 18th, 2023 to order. We have 4 nominees we will be voting on today, and without any hesitation, seeing no comments from my chairman, my co-chairman, we will head for the first agenda item, which is a House Joint Resolution for review, which is the nomination of Glenn W. Dowd of Granby to be an alternate member of the Judicial Review Council. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by the Chairman Duff, seconded by Representative Quinn. Any comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Yes.
Representative Rutigliano, Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers,
That's your roll, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Second item on the agenda is a House resolution for review, just House members, for the nomination of Anya S. Goldsby of Simsbury to be a member of the Freedom of Information Commission. Is there a motion?
Motion for approval?
Second.
Motion made by Representative Figueroa, seconded by Representative Quinn. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative Yakarino. Representative D'Agostino. Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Representative Gresco. Representative Nuccio. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn,
Yes.
Representative Retigliano. Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is a Senate joint resolution for review. This is the nomination of Dr. Diane Claire Kearney of Manchester to be a member of the State Education Resource Center. Is there a motion? So motion moved by Chairman Duff. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Quinn. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Senator Looney. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Kelly. Representative Yakarino. Representative D'Agostino. Representative Figueroa.
Abstaining?
Pardon? Abstain? Sorry, ma'am. Senator Fonfara. Representative Gresco. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Martin. Senator Moore. Representative Nuccio. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Yes.
Representative Vertigliano. Representative Sanchez. Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And last item on the agenda is another Senate joint resolution, which is the nomination of Dr. Agnes Quinones of Meriden to be chairperson of the State Education Resource Center. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Representative Quinn. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Representative Figueroa. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Senator Looney. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Kelly. Representative Yakarino.
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Representative Figueroa.
Yes.
Senator Fonfara. Representative Gresco. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Martin. Senator Moore. Representative Nuccio. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Enthusiastic, yes.
Representative Rutigliano. Representative Sanchez. Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing no other item on the agenda, we will be in recess until 4 p.m. Today. Is there a time for the next meeting yet? Okay, so next meeting TBD, but we will stand in recess till 4 p.m. today.
Hold the votes open till 4 p.m.
Almost said it.
Is that?
We will hold the votes open till 4 p.m. as while we're in recess.
Hi, Wendy. Hi, Wendy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hi, Wendy. I was playing before. Watch, watch. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ready when you are.
Maybe now. Say something.
Say something.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Diane Claire Carney of Manchester to be a member of CERC, the State Education Resource Center.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Dr. Agnes Quinones of Meriden to be the chairperson of.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Glenn W. Dowd of Granby to be an alternate member of the Judicial Review Council.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
And you are a House member, yes. Anya S. Goldsby of Simsbury to be a member of the Freedom of Information Commission.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Okay.
Is that how you pronounce that name?
Anya.
Anya. Oh,
Anya, yes.
I was wondering. All right. Thank you, Wendy. Good seeing you.
You're welcome. Take care.
You too.
Over and out.
Next item is item 7.
Hi, Senator. I just keep thinking to myself, don't think. scary. Like pitch black, eyes open, eyes shut. The lights finally did come on, but I was like, oh my gosh. My friend Muna, who you met up here, was looking for the budget because it was just the governor's budget was released today. And I told her, go to OPM's website. And I said, top line. She said, I don't see it. And I said, oh dear. Maybe she'll find it now. She's like the nicest, sweetest person ever. Like, and she's so kind. Like, I don't know. I didn't feel well one dinner. When I had COVID or something. She's like, do you want me to come over and like bring you something? Like she lives like a street over, but she has 2 little boys and like, you know, she's like one of those wife and mothers that like makes dinner every night out of like from scratch and like fresh vegetables and ooh. Oh, she wants to be a probe subject. Hi, this is Wendy. Fine, thanks. Oh, 4 o'clock. Sure. She's not trying to vote now, right? Yeah, I didn't see her on here. That's why I was like, oh no, did she get locked out or something? Okay. Oh, okay. Yep, 4 o'clock. I'll be here. Take care. Bye. She's like, oh shit. Tell me she's like trying to get in and can't. Who were they calling? It was Dorothy, Merrill Lindsay. You did some wrong. Yeah, I think it was an accident. Because she's in finance. Appropriations Committee meeting will reconvene at 1:30 in hearing room. That's really scary. That would be interesting. The Appropriations Committee meeting will reconvene at 1:30 in hearing room 2C. Commercial. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay. Help yourself. Please. Try to get rid of it.
think I'll go with the white. What's in here,
It says on the wrapper, I think. Okay. Anya
Yes.
Goldsby. Hmm. Oh, you know what? That's how. Yep.
Yep.
Dowd.
Yep.
Quinones
Yes.
and Carney. Thank you kindly. Take another piece if you like. Um, Carlo. I sent Representative. Can you hear me? You're muted, sir.
Hi, Wendy.
How are you?
I'm good.
I have for you Anya Goldsby of Simsbury to be a member of the FOIC.
Yes. Perillo votes yes.
Glenn Dowd of Granby to be an alternate member of Judicial Review.
Perillo votes yes.
Dr. Agnes Quinones of Meriden to be the chair of STIRC, State Education Resource Center.
Perillo votes yes.
And Dr. Diane Claire Carney of Manchester to be a member of STIRC, State Education Resource Center.
Perillo votes yes.
That's it. Looks like you're in an old timey YMCA.
I'm at a conference center, unfortunately.
Yikes, take care and I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, until 3 p.m. in room 3600 or be Hi, Senator.
Hey, how you doing?
Great. I have just three for you. Dr. Diane Claire Carney of Manchester to be a member of the State Education Resource Center.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Okay. Dr. Agnes Quinones of Meriden to be the chairperson of the State Education Resource Center.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Okay. And Glenn W. Dowd of Granby to be an alternate member of the Judicial Review Council.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
All right. Very agreeable today.
There you go.
Thanks so much. I'll see you soon.
Okay, have a good one.
You too. Take care.
Thanks.
Representative. Can you hear me? You're on mute.
You back?
I can hear you.
I needed to vote. Thank you for holding the votes open.
Hey, no worries. At least it's only till 4. 'Cause
Yes,
When it's till 5, I can't start putting stuff in till 5.
I understand.
Okay, I have Dr. Agnes Quinones of Meriden to be
Yes.
the person of CERC. Okay, yes,
I'm going to be a yes on everything today. I'll say it individually, but just so you don't get confused.
got it. Dr. Diane Claire Carney of Manchester to be a member of CERC.
Yes,
Okay. Glenn W. Dowd of Granby to be an alternate member of Judicial Review.
yes,
And since you're a House member, you get an extra vote. Anya S. Goldsby of Simsbury to be a member of the FOIC.
yes.
All set.
You have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you kindly for voting. Hi, Representative.
Hi, Wendy.
How you doing?
I need to vote.
Okay, we have Dr. Diane Claire Carney of Manchester to be a member of the State Education Resource Center.
Pardon me?
Dr. Diane Claire Carney of Manchester to be a member of the State Education Resource Center.
Yes. Should I
Yep,
step up?
I could hear you.
Wendy? Okay,
Yes.
I'm a yes on that, please.
Okay. Dr. Agnes Pinones of Meriden to be the chairperson of the State Education Resource Center.
Yes.
Okay. Anya Goldsby of Simsbury to be a member of the Freedom of Information Commission.
I'm a yes.
Okay, one more. Glenn W. Dowd of Granby to be an alternate member of the Judicial Review Council.
I am a yes.
Awesome, you're all done.
Thank you so much. Have a
No
good day.
problem. You too, take care.